Stephanie, what's up? How's it going? I do not know how to read that one, but how's it going? Oh, what a wild day. And it's almost over. So today I decided to go to my local pawn shop and sell 19 knives. Now, when I sold those 19 knives, I sold them for $240. And if I'm lucky, the knife that I'm trying to get will be there on Monday and will be 40% off. Then I'm going to have that knife and another knife and maybe sell them both for profit. Or maybe not. Might have to keep one of them. But I'm probably going to sell them. So, while we're here today, we're going to sharpen the edge of this one up to a mirror polish. I honestly forgot that I own this knife, but it is nice and smooth. A good solid front flipper. I usually suck at these ones, and this is about the only good one that I have. And this is where we begin. Well, the opposite side of this stone, but you get the point. Okay, there we go. This is a 320 grit diamond lapping film. Toxic, what's up? Welcome back. Trent, how's it going? We're not doing a whole lot. Currently sharpening a Civivi. AJ, how's it going? No, you're not going to be a mod. Setting up a fish tank. Probably one of the more unique answers that I've heard. We'll see you later, AJ. Nice. Which one did you get? Holy cat, what's up? I haven't handled a Skeletool in a long time. The Arc, the one that I handled was alright. I haven't gotten my hands on very many of them, so I can't like give a solid opinion about them. And the Surge, kind of the same thing. The Wave Plus has been around forever. First the Wave, then the Wave Plus. Well, now that they've come out with the Wave Alpha in MagnaCut, of course, I still haven't tested their MagnaCut, but I'm sure one of these days CBRX on YouTube will do some testing on their stuff. I would heavily argue against that because I've never had a Victorinox that'll hold an edge worth a damn. They always get so dull so fast. Let me look up what the Spirit X is before I start talking shit about it. Because I don't know what knife that is. Yeah, they won't even tell you what steel this thing's made out of. I think they might compare it to the Arc because the Spirit X has more tools, which is true. No. Because I don't want to. I'm swapping plates. Sitting there on that 320 takes forever. Mr. Greg, what's up? How's it going? Oh, I gotta look somebody else up on YouTube real quick. He's supposed to be streaming right now, but his stream was supposed to start at 10 and end at midnight. Damn, it ended already. Like a couple minutes ago. That sucks. Okay, time to move up a grit from 400 to 500. Or maybe we swap to 1,000. Nah, we'll go to the 500. There's a lot of people that think when you're sharpening and you move up a grit, you should like do a bunch of passes on this new grit. And in my experience, although limited, you don't really have to do all that many. It's going to be like 5 to 10 passes on each side, and that's about it. And then you move up to the next grit. You ready to write this down? Now we move up a grit to 1800 again. The spray I use is 2 ounces of water, 80 drops of alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, 70%, 15 drops of mineral oil, and 3 drops of Dawn dish soap. Catching hats? No. I don't know what that is. Yep, no problem. I'm so old school. How so? No. This is Sharpo lapping film. It is on glass though. If you're asking me, I'm doing just fine. These ones aren't too expensive either. A full set from 320 to 3000 grit here runs you $70. Yeah, she's doing fine. Mark, how's it going? No. Yep, nice and sharp now. We'll give it one more step up to a full polish. Yep, there we go. Yep. That is weird. Very weird because I don't speak Chinese or Japanese, so we'll get the microscope out real quick. That's really, really weird. Never heard of a live changing languages before. It'd be kind of cool if it automatically did that when people from other countries started listening. But other than that, it's weird that it happened to you. Now, gotta grab the microscope and take a look at this thing. Now that is a damn good looking edge. Wish it was that easy all the time. Not every knife is this thin though, so one of the knives that I own that just isn't as thin as that one. But this is a work knife, not... Oh, look at that. Oh my god, that is a beautiful, beautiful bevel right there. Insanely consistent on the grain. Damn, that's good looking. To think I did that. And you wonder why I'm proud of how far I've come when it comes to sharpening. That edge is just beautiful. I did say that this is a work knife. Anyone want to guess what work knife it is? So this is what's left behind after a 500 grit lapping film. And the other one we were just looking at was after the 3000 grit plus stropping. So when I sharpen other people's knives, this is typically what they end up looking like. And since nobody's guessed yet, we might as well just tell you what knife it is. This is my Sabenza. So sure, it's an expensive knife, but every knife that I do ends up looking like that. And this was the other one we were looking at. So I typically start with a that 400 grit SATC that's like $22 on Amazon, and then I finish on the 500 grit lapping film. This one, I believe, I tried to go full polish and it didn't want to take it. Or I might have just left it at 1800. I don't remember. Maybe if I didn't have that piece of whatever it was on there, it would look better. I'm going to say I left it at 500 grit. I didn't even go up to 1800. I go both ways. I figure it takes less time to do the same amount of work. Liquid Grin, what's up? Welcome back. Nice. Yep, exactly. But yeah, that's the QB right there in 14C. That is the one downside of being a knife guy, is you will always have bald spots on your arms. I am constantly testing how sharp things are. I'm not going to do one now, but I go hold it like this, and I do one pass. And if it takes off all the hair in that one pass, then it's sharp enough. But I have to hold it lightly, or else then it's me forcing it to do work. And I'd rather it just do its own work. And I'm just along for the ride. A lot of steels will. Magna Cut will if you do it right. My progression, I'm just going to tell you what my progression is. If it's really bad, I start at 140. Every time other than that, I start at 400. It's likely that you don't even need to do the 220 unless you're reprofiling. I'd probably just start on the 600. And I personally would leave it at 600. Like, Start at 600 and then strop, and that's about it. Deburr on the 600, and anything that's left should come off with the strop. They're low maintenance edges when you do that. So instead of having to do a full grit progression, you just kind of start and stop with one grit. And once you've already sharpened that first knife or that knife and gotten your profile on there, every time after that is so much easier. Which is why when repeat customers show up with the same knives, I charge them a little less because it takes so much less work to resharpen it. Now, micro bevel is an interesting choice. As I'm sure you saw on mine, there isn't a micro bevel because I just don't do that. And I don't know what it does. I've never tried it. The problem to me, if I do a micro bevel at, let's say, 25 degrees, it doesn't have that roughly 20-degree angle that I do myself. And sure, you can hone that back quicker, but I'd much rather something like this where it's at 20 degrees and then I strop it back 10 times or something like that before it needs like 5 passes per side on the 500 grit. And then I restrop it again and then I'm done. These things are extremely low maintenance when you don't do anything stupid with them. Regular cardboard, food, stuff like that, as long as you're not cutting into the plate or anything, maintenance on these is very low. Getting them to be as smooth as this one is, that takes forever. But short of that, everything's a lot easier. Yep. That's another thing that this one would be good for. I mean, that works. Are you talking about pocket knives or specifically skinning knives or stuff like that? What I keep in mind when I'm doing that, if you're going to do a micro bevel, what's going to end up happening is the next time that you sharpen it without using that micro bevel at 25 degrees and you resharpen at 20, it's going to take so much longer to get it done right. You know what's funny is that this sounds funny to me, I guess. A decent chunk of the people that watch my channel are actually from Alaska, and I didn't know that. I think, like, this isn't going to sound like a whole lot, but it is. 5 people that are subscribed to me are from Alaska. And again, that doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you think that I have less than 3,000 subscribers, 5 is a decent chunk. So it seems like we have a good amount of people in the knife community in Alaska. You're probably the first to talk from Hungary. O-C-K. Yep. And I'm happy to teach when I can. Yes, I use DeWalt because I already have a bunch of that shit. So no point in starting going with a whole new tool section when, I already have the battery infrastructure built for DeWalt. Yeah, they do. Be sure to sharpen those chisels properly. Sharpen that wrong, and it's going to be a pain the rest of the time that you own it. They're not that hard. Oh, God. It's going to be similar to a Scandi grind like this with a zero edge, hopefully, if we're talking about the same thing. So what you're going to do, you're going to have a long section like this, but you're going to place it like this, and you're going to lift the back of it until it stops. You can just press on it like this, and it'll sit there at the perfect angle. Just, bam. Perfect angle right there. Super easy with Scandi grinds. Holding that angle for the whole thing, bit of a pain. It's not too bad though. Honestly, it's actually about the easiest way of sharpening anything, if you ask me. All you got to do is hold that angle and go. So here's how you're going to hold it. Let's grab me a pencil or something. Here's a pencil. You're going to have it flat like this. You're going to push on this side until it stops moving, and then you're going to pull back. And that's it. Squeak. It's super easy. It's not very easy for cold chisels. That's a little bit different, but for woodworking chisels and stuff like that, that's all you have to do. Super simple. Once it's sharp and you have a burr on the opposite side, when you're going like this, and there's a burr up here all the way across, then you're going to flip it over once and do one pass, and that is it. One pass on like 1,000 grit, and that's all you have to do. Again, hold it at an angle when you flip it over, but yeah. Yeah, just one pass should break the burr off, and that's it. So my Sabenza's been playing around. I do not have an impact. Nope. I was playing with it, and this screw started to back out. And it has been doing that a couple times, as you can see. Once I get my backspacer that's supposed to show up any day now, I'll take this thing apart, put the backspacer on, and then I'm going to Loctite the shit out of this. Not literally, but it shouldn't come apart by playing with it. I don't use Loctite on almost any of them. Unless they have issues with things backing out, which there are a few knives of mine that do. Namely, this Para 3 build, and the Sabenza does as well. Both of these have issues with that screw backing out, and this one has an issue with this screw backing out. Well, if you have pictures of them. Dang, I can't wait for my design to come out. I need to get to work on that. That's going to take a long time to save up enough money for that. If you go on to Blade Binge, the stuff I get is 25 bucks or 23 bucks with free shipping. Yes, the Shakewell stuff. So I have it saved on mine in my favorites list. There we go. Lacey's Diamond Stropping Emulsion. That's the stuff that I get. It's going to be the one that says it's $23. And when you order it, she'll send you, without asking, if you want something specific, ask. But if you don't want something specific, she'll just send you 5 micron, and that's what I use. I have no clue. I never asked. I don't really care because it's relatively cheap and it works pretty well. I love that. A full DLC in Cozy, small and Cozy, $350, but I think it's an aftermarket DLC because there's chips in the DLC. And it comes with everything in the box except for the microfiber cloth, which is, the most important part, short of the knife. Box tools and grease included, no microfiber. And I'm the only person who has it favorited. Supposedly it's been up for a month, but every time that I've searched for Chris Reeve knives, it hadn't shown up until like earlier this week. Sorry, last week. It's Sunday. It has 14 views and one favorite. Cerakote's a fairly common thing. I wouldn't recommend it most of the time. Like this is Cerakote. We'll get that thing out of the way. This is a flat dark earth Cerakote. I've got another one of these with a blackish gray Cerakote, kind of like this. This is also Cerakote. So it is a matte finish, but it's not quite. It doesn't feel like a matte finish the way that a DLC coating does. And I'm not going to push you towards Cerakote because typically that means it's got a softer blade. I would go with a Stonewash because they heat treat those better. Kaiser Harpoon. I believe I know what that looks like, but I'm not 100% sure, so we'll look it up. Sure. Ask any questions that you have. I'd be happy to answer if I know the answer. That goes for everybody in chat. Okay, so I was right. Ideal spine thickness for a folder? I don't know. Uh, what, like 1/8 inch? Give me a sec. I need to figure that one out. Description. Oh, that'd be decent. 61 to 62 and a half HRC. That's not bad. Yeah, this one. No, that's the Chinese version of. Damn it, what's it called? Piss knife. Ultim. It's the Chinese version of Ultim. You know what's really funny is the way that they have this um, set up. These are all mini harpoons, I think. Is you can get it in D2. This is a full size harpoon in D2. Or you can get a mini harpoon in 3V for 62. Pay a little bit less and get one in Gmascus. China Star, what's up? Or you could pay a little less, get one in AEBL and Micarta. Or you could pay a little more, 3V, blah, 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 blah. Or you could pay a little more and get M390. Or you could pay a little bit more and get S45VN. Now, those last two haven't come out yet. Last three haven't come out yet. Because they're the Christmas editions, I believe. Inverted, what's up? I don't usually go with my Carta because I just don't like the way it feels. Oh, yeah. White Mountain Knives. I don't usually pay attention to them, so. Yes, definitely a lot of numbers. Depends on the chef knives that you're thinking of. Well, most German kitchen knives are lower hardness, but Japanese kitchen knives are high hardness. I'm stuck between the two of you where I hate math, but I'm good at it. See, the difference between German and Japanese knives, from what I've been told, is the German knives are meant for people like the everyday average person. where they're probably going to do some stupid stuff to it, and they're thicker. They're more meant for abuse from the average person. When Japanese knives are high hardness, more thin, and they aren't meant for heavy use. They're meant for specific uses. So you'll get like VG10 on a Japanese kitchen knife that's like 64, 65 HRC. And if you use it wrong, you're going to chip the shit out of it or take a giant chunk off. But that's just if you don't use it for its intended purpose. So use them properly. If it's a skinning knife, it's for skinning and that's it. And that's another thing. Japanese knives are not meant for chopping. They weren't designed with that in mind. They were designed for very deliberate cuts. I don't think I've ever seen that from a fish. Interesting. It's about time to refill the Q-tip box. Yeah, a little bit ago I was cutting sausage with this thing and I forgot to clean it afterwards. I don't find that an 18-degree bevel on a hatchet would be much use. It's more of something for a knife. Hatchets are for a lot more indiscriminate use. Bet you that bevel's freaking huge though. No, just need a wider angle so that you're less likely to break it. Oh, I can't wait for the backspacer for this thing. Now I just got to look up if damn it. Exactly. High impact with hatchets. A lot more don't get me wrong, hatchets are probably heat treated way lower than a knife. That's probably due to it being, again, heat treated softer than knives. It'll be a little more durable, but you've got so much weight behind it that if you hit something hard, it is likely to deform quite a bit. Bhagwan, welcome back. How's it going? Yep, saw that coming. Damn it. Pardon me while I just knock my microfiber off of the the arm of my chair. God damn. I'm doing fine. Looking into lightning tie. For So I've got a lightning tie backspacer coming for this thing, and I'm debating on whether I want to put it on this one so that I get to carry it like that, or if I'm going to put the sandblasted one that I bought for it and put it on here, and then the lightning anodized goes on the one that sits there in a box because it looks better. One of the investors backed out. We still have 6,000 in funding, but that last 2,000 didn't end up working out. So we are $2,000 less than we were last time you were probably here. I need $9,000 more. I'm sure it'll work out just fine. It just sucks that the one backed out. Oh no, we were like 7,000 away last time. Well, yeah, I'm gonna use one of each. I bought a sandblasted one and then bought a lightning anodized one. And the lightning anodized one's gonna show up first, but I'm debating on which knife to put it on. Because, apparently that lightning tie finish wears off over time. It happens. And the sandblasted finish will wear differently and look better over time. Exactly what I'm going with. Yep. I'm leaning towards that. Yep. That's the plan. Mm-hmm. And that's the other plan. Is the lightning anno is going to be going on my showpiece. I may or may not be getting a third Sabenza. And I also may or may not be keeping it. How do you like it? I haven't played with 20 CV personally. No, that junk one sold for $310, which is just wild to me. Yeah, it sold on eBay for $310. That is way too much. If it was going to sell for like 150, I might have bought it, but after it hit 180, I decided I'm just going to watch this thing. What angle are you sharpening it at? I'd pay 150 for that. You could get a new blade. So I'd keep the old blade though. It's more of a talking piece than anything else. Interesting. And it still chips. That's weird. $310. What do you mean it's not human interaction? We're talking to each other. It's interacting with other humans. I don't do a whole lot of stuff with wood, no. Who cares if it's face to face? No, a micro bevel wouldn't cause extra wear on stuff like that. That sounds like it may be a heat treat problem. Yep, at least you have somebody to talk to. It's better than nobody. So I gotta show you guys this. There's a large Sebenza on eBay right now with a terrible bevel. Look at how large that bevel is. That bevel's fucking huge. So somebody sharpened this with a fixed angle system and did a huge bevel on this thing. But that's not what I wanted to show you guys. Can you guys see the problem? I'm going to swap between the two. What's the problem here? There is a problem. I just want you guys to show me what, or tell me what the problem is. Bingo! Yes. The front scale on this, it's micarta, it's not carbon. The front scale on this has a black micarta inlay, and the back scale doesn't. Well, here's the reason. I'll show you guys. That front scale does not belong on this knife. That front scale belongs on this knife that they're charging less for, because you can see the front scale on this one is regular titanium sandblasted. But when you scroll, it's got a black micarta inlay. Oh, and that pisses me off so much. And the dude's saying that it's a rare version because of that. Discontinued ultra rare. It's a Sebenza 31. They still make this shit. Discontinued. No, I don't think that it's a fake blade or anything. It looks just fine. Oh, and because they were using a fixed angle system and they did it wrong, y'all are going to hate to see this. Because you guys can probably appreciate fine craftsmanship. They sanded off the end of like that shit is flat. Where on this one it's round. Oh, I hate it when people do that. And they want for the two, it's going to be $1,000. $459 for this one, and $559 for the other one. So the other one needs a new blade. These both need their scales swapped. And I'd buy them both and do it myself, but I'm not going to drop $1,000, about $1,100 for those two, just to swap the scales and maybe not make my money back. I hope nobody takes it for a while. I sent the dude a message saying that the scales need to be swapped for them to be worth anything, and that there's a specific way to do it, and I will happily teach them how to do it if they have the tools for it. They don't come with boxes, they don't come with papers, they don't come with anything. You just get the knife, and one of them comes with a leather sheath. Big whoop. It's miscellanea. Mischief would have made sense, though. I'm the only person that's watching either of these two. And I feel terrible for them because I'm not going to buy them and do anything with them. I would agree on that one. Did you see the two Sabenzas that needed their scales swapped? Because if you did, then you didn't miss anything after that. Sounds like a plan. We'll see you later, Liquid Grin. You have a good one. There's always some new Chris Reeve knives on eBay. It's a Civivi something. I don't remember. You have a good one, Bhagwan. We'll see you later. Yeah, we just sharpened that earlier. Civivi makes good stuff. I don't have any real complaints about their stuff. It's discontinued. Let me see how much if they still have them on Blade HQ, how much they go for. the Civivi Imperium, and it is $62. Yeah. Oh, I wasn't saying it was for sale, but hmm. Let me think about it for a sec. Dude, at this rate, if you keep sticking shit on your list is going to be that truck payment replaced with knives. Roy, what's up? Welcome back. You're closing in on that number. The Buck 111C. Oh, the Buck 111 Classic. You're at $300 already, dude. The Buck 111 doesn't look terrible. And the Western W39. Yeah, you literally are. Pull out the book real quick. Prove you wrong. See? $300 if I multiply it by 2. Mm. No, that's going to be a good knife. They're fucking expensive, though. Yeah, they're fucking expensive, dude. Wonder if they're silver scales or not. Oh yeah, thanks. Don't give me anything other than saying it comes with a box. Fucking useless. Then it might just be silver because silver's soft. Aluminum isn't typically that soft. Like this is aluminum. Oh wait, you're talking about the blade? The blade dents when you push your nail into it? I was talking about the scales being silver, not the blade. Okay. Yeah, these are aluminum, and I can press into them all I want with my fingernail, but it's not going to do anything. Silver's softer than aluminum, so it may be silver. Let me look into it a little further. The blade steel's S30V though. It is aluminum. I was wrong. No fucking way. No, it's supposedly. Well, let me verify. Okay, so I have a question for you. Is this how the tang stamp looks? Or does it look like something else? Okay, so then yours might be 420HC. Apparently, they made another classic version like recently, and it was S30V, and it looks like this and comes with this box. So, or maybe this dude just has the wrong box for it. Who knows? Because this is a new style box. Oh, you're a dick. That's what you are. Just an absolute douchebag. That makes perfect sense now. Okay. So this, right? This is a new Buck 110 Slim where they cannibalized a Buck 111 and took the front scale off and left the back scale on. Unless this is just a mutt from factory. Because it's a pinned construction, so I don't know. Okay. This knife has not been used. It is a Buck oddity knife made by the Buck factory from leftover 111 handles and a new 110 handle. So it's just leftover scales then. Let me go grab some silver and try that real quick. I've never actually tested something like that with silver, because I just know that silver is kind of soft. Grab my wallet. Pull out the silver round that I keep on me. Damn, that shit's shiny. Look at that. Oh. I thought you meant like your nail. I'm like, that makes a lot more sense now. Then yeah, aluminum will be scratched by a nail like that. Well, you got to keep in mind that that Buck was made in the 80s, and I'm willing to bet you that the aluminum back then isn't the same as the aluminum now. Most modern knives are made with 6061 aluminum that's used in aircraft. Back then, I doubt they were. Probably the same shit that they used in aluminum cans. Now, don't get me wrong, they don't make stuff like they used to, but that's not always a good thing. Throw that away. Yeah, that's because it is aluminum. Okay. I didn't pick up anything yet. The sale is on the end of the sale, or what I consider the end of the sale, is 40% off on Monday. I don't think I could do it for 200 total on that. I could do like 210. Oh, I punched something. So on Monday, if the stuff is still there, I'll be getting a small Sabenza and a ZT. And then I will have $15 to my name yet again. Yes, I stay broke as well. I went out and I sold 19 knives today to be able to afford those two. I can't pass up a deal like this. Okay. Check everything that you've ordered. The orange leek. The Schrade 93 OT. And the Camillus. So you only have the Arius and the Dixon, and that's it? So you're saying that my collection is more expensive than yours? Did you say the Schrade Walden? The Wave Plus. Damn. You know, I thought for sure that your collection was more expensive than mine. I didn't realize that you only had two. Hey! My Spyderco military. Welcome back. You didn't miss a whole lot. I gotta find all the knives. Oh, yeah, you did want the Walden. Cool. Again, you're free to say guns in here. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. I'll be honest, it kind of bothers me more that people refer to them as pews instead of guns. Makes them sound like toys. Oh, this is going to be fun. Which one is the 93 OT? It has bad news. Oh, never mind. I found it. This is the problem with when somebody doesn't buy shit often, is I kind of just let them go everywhere. That's dumb. It's a word talking about an object. I don't get why people care. Okay, so I've got... Where's the Wave Plus? Well, it just makes them sound like children's toys. Exactly. So this one's my Wave Plus. Where is that other Wave Plus? Because this shit's kind of important that I have that. But at least I have all your shit in one place now, other than that Leatherman. Where did I put that thing? I have always referred to them as firearms or guns. I believe that they need to be shown respect for that name that they've earned. Oh, fucking dumbass. I'm an absolute dumbass, guys. I'm sitting here searching for this Leatherman Wave Plus, right? Searching the whole table, looking under shit, and just looking around everywhere. Trying to find out where I put this Leatherman Wave Plus, right? No. It's been there the whole time. The whole time. I'm digging up everything, and it's been there the entire time. I don't have eyes, obviously. They just don't exist. I don't have them. You need sugar to live. You do. Not enough blades on the table. I didn't turn it far enough. I've just got stacks and stacks of knives on the table. All right, your running total is... Yep, I'm unable to type because I can't see anymore. Because, well, you guys already saw what happened there. I was physically unable. You know what's really funny? Is this was that knife shape that I was going after. And I ended up actually making it work. And get an older one. Are they all sharpened? That one I had issues with. This one's sharp, sharp, sharp. Maybe sharp, sharp, sharp. I just polished that one because I didn't plan on selling it. But I was never going to use it, which is the whole reason. Yeah, that's sharp. I'm never going to carry that thing. That's the whole reason I'm fine with selling it, is because I'm never going to carry it. 210 is the running total at the moment. I just don't like sending my knives away to have them worked on. I'd rather work on them myself. Time to start cleaning up the table. Place is a fucking disaster. Oh, there goes my paper. Oh, give me my book back. Nope. I don't think that they cover lost or stolen items. Where's my pen? There's my pen. $110, $160, $165, plus 45. No. That's just so I don't lose them. At this point, you've gotten more knives than anybody else in a single order. You're getting a flat rate box. There's no way that I'm going to be able to fit that in an envelope. But where everybody else has them like single knives at a time, you know, maybe two every once in a while. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And all that money will go into either buying and selling more knives or Dakota's got the most expensive shit by far. Here in the next month or so, he should be buying a Chris Reeve Menandi from me. I'm not making a whole lot of money on that one. Yes, it'll either go directly towards buying and selling more knives, or it'll go towards the knife project. The Menandi. Let me go grab it. I'm sure he wouldn't mind me showing it off, considering it isn't his knife yet. It's small. I'll give you that. I'll be right back. I just ended up grabbing both boxes. No, he hasn't paid me yet, so that's why it's still my knife. So there's my other Sabenza. And then the Menandi. Let's get the sharpening stuff off of the table. So this one's an S35 VN. This is what it looks like. Comes with a sticker. And a slip. I do, what's it called? I'm kind of like a knife broker. So I go find knives for people that they're searching for. And then I take a cut, like $5 or $10 for finding it. This thing was brand new when I got it. And I still haven't used it. Now, comparing size comparison to the Sabenza, though, it is tiny. But I can get a full 4-finger grip on this. Definitely a nice little knife. But it is a two-handed opener unless you're left-handed, which is dumb. I mean, you can open it one-handed, but the newer ones, I think they have a hole in the blade instead of the the milled cutout. It is very smooth, though. Comes with a slip for it. Yeah, we could do something. I need to work on. I don't know how much it's going to cost to do international shipping. I don't do leather work at all. Nope. I don't mess around with natural materials a whole lot. Comes with the grease, but it doesn't come with the Loctite. I don't know if this one did come with Loctite to begin with, to be fair. So yeah, it says store in a dry place out of the sheath. Do not leave this in the sheath. It causes it's the same reason you don't want to leave a buck 110 in the sheath. It's more of the import duties and stuff. I don't know how much that stuff's going to cost. I've never done international shipping. So March 10th, 2020. Okay. If you're fine with that kind of stuff, then sure. I'm not going to tell you no. Kind of depends on what you're looking for, too. I have seemingly irritated one of the guys at my local pawn shop because I buy and sell stuff. Or, yeah, I buy stuff and then I sell stuff. And he thinks that the people, other people deserve a chance to buy shit. And I'm like, first come, first serve. I didn't say that, but that is the way that I look at it, as I was there first. You know, nobody else is going to want what they don't know exists, right? Aiden, what's up? Nope, it's got a factory edge. It's brand new. I don't need to sharpen it. Oh, the beautiful packing I did on this thing. And of course, I didn't cut my lanyard like everybody else did. Instead, I untied it and took it off the lanyard pin. I don't know what's up with all those monsters and fair. But this is old Chris Reeve. That's back in 2020. Well, happy early birthday in case you don't show up by then. You're looking for 2 specific models next year. A Strider SNG, I'm probably not going to be able to get. I can probably get you an Nkosi, though. There's something wrong with you people. Cutting the lanyard on this thing. Well, yeah, I said happy early birthday in case you don't show up before then. Anyway, this is my first Chris Reeve and my first Sebenza. It does, like slightly, but it does revert or reduce the resale value. Damn, these are good looking knives. You're a turd, you know that? Doing it out of spite. And let me guess, you throw away the lanyard pin too, don't you? I need another one of these. You know how easy it is to take the thing apart and untie that instead of cutting it off? Paul, what's up? How's it going? So what new stuff's coming out? There is one thing that I hate about this knife. And I don't have the problem with this one. I only have it with this one. This blade's warped. Just a little bit. But it is warped. Double luggage. I love autocorrect. For what company? Yes, I do want a double lug Sebenza, but I think I'm just going to stick with these ones for now. Again, if the small Sebenza that I'm going for here pretty soon doesn't sell before Monday, I will be buying it first thing on Monday morning. And it is most likely the best deal I will ever get on Chris Reeve. You got a flannel. Nice. I was kind of wondering the same thing. August 11th, 2025. That's mine. It's my first one. This is the newest one. Okay, so I'm speaking off of other people's experiences, mainly Aiden here, who says that the heat treats are soft. But I have no experience with almost any Hinderer knives other than they're heavy. The one that I held at the local knife shop, uh, it packed some weight. So that's two people saying that they're heat treated soft. I hate that so much. Because the soft ones just don't take an edge the same way as properly heat treated blades. Anyway, I think the lightning tie backspacer is going to go on this one. And then the sandblasted one's going to go on my user. Because lightning tie apparently wears off, and I didn't know that when I bought it. But I also didn't have the second Sabenza when I bought it either. It's taken that long to show up. Are you talking properly heat treated or soft? Because don't get me wrong, this took a little bit to sharpen it, but it's going to hold an edge forever. I don't know. I think you might be able to on the Umnumzon. But the Umnumzon comes with its own, if I'm not mistaken. So continue cleaning up the table a little bit. Happy to answer any questions still. Which one's the Wilson Combat? What's so special about that? Hey, random chest pains. I was watching or saw a post on Facebook or something that said, if all women turned into men, what's the first thing that they would hate most? And I was thinking, random chest pain. The milling pattern. Okay, I'll look into that. Oh, milling. Okay, thank you. God, I was wondering what milling was. Like milligrams or something. Easily a hunt. Why? Oh, that's kind of cool. So that's the front scale that I ordered. That makes no or perfect sense actually. I ordered a aftermarket uh, front scale for my Sabenza. and it has this milling pattern on it. So go figure. I basically just ordered, it doesn't have it for the back one. But yeah, it's basically that milling pattern. Except it doesn't have the Chris Reeve logo on it. You have fun with that inverted. Some sultry woman with whiskey. That's my type of lady. Not. I don't drink whiskey because I've never found one that doesn't taste like shit. I'm thinking about buying some nickel. What's that shit called? Nickel wool. It's like steel wool, but softer. There's $100 off if it doesn't have the lanyard barrel. They're not that expensive. Woodrow Wilson Reserve. What? I don't care. I'll be sharpening this here in a sec. It's got some glinting up towards the tip. I did some dumb shit with that one. I know it's not my pry bar, and I used it as my pry bar anyway. So the Mako sold it for 80. Made a little bit of money on that one. I just don't like alcohol in general. Again, I haven't found an alcohol that doesn't taste fucking terrible. I like sweet stuff, so we'll start with that. And if you guys want to give me any recommendations, seriously, then I might take you up on that. Other than that, I've yet to find one that doesn't taste terrible. And I'm not going to sit there and act like it tastes good. Oh, it has all these flavor notes like toasted wood or toasted oak, when in reality it just tastes like shit. I hated that stuff. I tried it. I hate Smirnoff Ice. It's like the sparkling water of alcohol with a hint. It's like, what do they call that shit? LaCroix. It's like the LaCroix of alcohol, where you take a sip and it's like a hint of watermelon or whatever shit. I don't like beer either. It doesn't taste good. Again, the only beer that I've actually liked was Busch Apple, and even that wasn't the best. But I want something that off the shelf, without any modification, without any mixology, doesn't taste like crap. Yes, I am. And I'll admit it too, because it tastes good. I don't give a damn. I'm not going to sit there and suffer while drinking. Smirnoff Ice doesn't have any flavor. I like flavor, not flavorless. Well, here's the other problem. I don't get drunk either. I've done shot after shot after shot, and no matter how much I drink, I don't get drunk. So, drinking is pointless to me unless it tastes good. Next thing you're going to say is that black licorice actually tastes pretty good. Anybody who says that, I feel terrible for you. You have been tricked by big licorice into thinking that that shit's good. Oh, I don't think I've ever met somebody who thought that licorice, black licorice, doesn't taste terrible. Aiden, big licorice got you. Oh man, we're fucked now. I'm trying to get rid of this CJRB. My sister's friend liked it and she was going to get it for him for Christmas. And then him and another friend decided that they were going to be little shits. And then I decided that I'm no longer going to save it for him. But it's a CJRB Ruffian in black PVD. Yeah, but red licorice doesn't taste like licorice. That's the thing. I'm not saying it doesn't taste good, because I like black or red licorice. But well, the Yo Jumbo, I believe, is also a fighting knife, which is supposedly what this was designed for. I have two of these. I have this one that's brand new, and then I have the other one that's purple that's been quite heavily used. I was always scared of breaking the tip, which is why I never used it. And I'll be honest, now that I have all the shit that I do now, I don't want it anymore. Brand new, they're 50, and I was honestly kind of wanting 40. Yes, we can see what you're saying now, Paul. Hello, hello, hello. It's AR RPM 9. Inverted's gonna end up buying the whole ass collection at this point. You know what? I got $500 a month that I can put aside for this shit. By the time everything's all said and done, him, Aiden, Dakota, and Gonzo are the only people I'm going to be selling to. Freaking Moneybags McGee over here. Like, god damn. Be really nice to have $500 at the end of the month. Every month, by the way. I'm gonna be broke by the end of the month. Anyway, I just didn't want that thing anymore. Good for you. No, no trench knives. I don't do fixed blades. Hey, a Band-Aid. I should honestly send off a Band-Aid with every knife that I sell. What am I mad about? What do you mean? One day I'll see the light. You know what? You can go fuck yourself. I don't like fixed blades. One of these days I'll find the perfect fixed blade. It's not going to be for a while though. What am I mad about? I'm mad about a lot of things, but nothing that's going to affect the stream. Oh my god, the table's a fucking disaster right now. Took you like 30 years? Modern folders are just beautiful, elegant even, to me. So changing my mind and going with a fixed blade when I don't get the options, it's a hard choice for me to make. To drop that kind of money that I could be spending on folders on a fixed blade. And the thing is, okay, so I've broken 2 knives in my lifetime. And the first one wasn't being misused. The second one probably was. I don't remember what the second one was. But I don't get to fidget with a fixed blade unless I'm sitting there putting it in and pulling it out of the sheath that it comes with. Then, sure, you can fidget with it like that. But other than that, you don't get the satisfaction of that. Or that. Or even that. There's no satisfaction to me with pulling out a fixed blade. There just isn't. God damn, that thing's bright. Sitting there looking at my screen and it's like white. How do you guys like that? Just white. The cross draw. Oh. Yes, thank you. I love all of those. My first challenge coin, by the way. Sent to me with a Chavez Redención X-Lock. And I love that knife. More cut paper. Oh, this table's a fucking disaster. I meant to clean this up weeks ago, and it just didn't happen. By the way, I've already cut cardboard with this. Still sharp as shit. Where's my straw? Oh, there you are. Well, I'm glad I can give up on most addictions. My biggest addiction was gambling. And that could have gotten pretty bad if I didn't stop when I stopped working at the gas station where I bought all the scratch tickets. I'm still up like $40. But that was like 3 or 4 years ago, so I'm solid there. Never really got into drinking. I'm sure if it didn't taste like shit and I could actually get drunk, that I'd probably be into that, or maybe at least if I could get drunk. But that doesn't happen, so it's just a waste of money to me. And then we have the biggest addiction. The knives. And I'm not sure I'll ever be able to kick that one. I took a lot of medication. Yes, medication. I took a lot of medication for, I don't remember the first knife that I bought, but I remember the first 2 knives that were given to me. And I don't think I'd ever be able to remember what the first knife that I ever bought was. I remember my first quality, expensive knife, though. And I regret getting rid of it, but it started me off to where we are now. And now I've got 2 knives that are over 500, 3 knives that are over 500. So we all start somewhere, right? Cheap ass leather. Fucking garbage. Garbage. Trash leather. I don't think I've ever bought a new Buck 110. And I only have one Buck 110 and it was used. It's a solid knife, but I think that they're priced a little high for what they are. You've never owned a Buck 110? Honestly, with the shit that you have, you probably don't need one. It's one of those knives where I think at least everybody should at least try one. push button auto. Yeah, those things are expensive. In your terms, what does won't break the bank mean? Because this Spyderco build was like 100 something. But you could get a used real Spyderco for like 100 something. So the two questions that I ask everybody when they ask for a good knife idea is, what do you plan on doing with it? And how much do you want to spend? So we'll start with those questions. What do you plan on doing with it, and how much do you want to spend? Mostly cutting stuff in the warehouse. Box straps. You mean those? Ooh. Okay. Like the plasticky straps. Okay. So apparently those plasticky straps are actually pretty abrasive. At least I think we're thinking of the same ones. I don't know if Aiden's still in here, but he would know if those are the Kevlar lined ones, because apparently those things are pretty abrasive against steel. So, hey, Aiden's still here. Thanks, babe. Can you tell us if we're talking about the same things? Sure, but we don't want to spend maximum money. Do you know how to sharpen stuff, Captain Morgan? And do you have baby hand blades over here? My God. I thought I decided against that name. So those plastic straps are Kevlar lined. So you do know how to sharpen. Go with serrations. Ooh, that's a first. But serrations are a bitch to sharpen. Apparently, Chris Reeve serrations are actually pretty nice, and that's about the only serrations that I'd recommend to anybody because they're easy to sharpen. Got my hands on a green beret today. Those things are like super easy to sharpen. Yeah, I'd probably recommend a utility knife. With replaceable blades, because it's just cheaper that way. Those Reeve serrations are nice. It's about the only serrations that I'll recommend to anybody. It just sucks that they aren't used more often by other companies. So yeah, I think this stuff is just plastic. This is the kind of stuff that I was talking about. When I'm handling pallets, that's typically the stuff that I'm handling. Tom Veff serrations are insanely hard to sharpen. You have to send them back to him to have them sharpened. Literally, this is how it's always sitting. Is just like that. But that stuff is very hard on regular knives, so I'm just gonna say Milwaukee Fastback. You're right. The leak is a Ken Onion design, yes. Get it? Leek, onion, and the chive, onion, uh, yeah. The chive, the leek. What was the third one? The scallion. Yeah, the hook blades for those ones are probably pretty good. These things. Yes, but it's a bitch to sharpen, and there's no point in doing that. There's the Spyderco Harpy, the Spyderco Civilian, and the Spyderco Matriarch are the three that come to mind. That would do it. Yes. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is indeed the word. I didn't know that. Purple Spider Co. Palmer, what's up? I don't know why you always end up here, but I'd assume if you stay in here long enough, then it will just recommend me to you constantly. Yeah, that's not a Spyderco, that's a QB. I don't own any purple Spydercos. You fell asleep and woke back up. You know what one of the worst things is? It's when you're sitting there watching a live stream and you fall asleep watching the live stream. Then you wake up the next morning and that person is still live streaming. Well, welcome home, Palmer. Squeak. For real. You know, I was just thinking about it, and not that I expect somebody to donate that much money, but if somebody decided to donate like over $20, I probably shouldn't have them donate it through YouTube. I don't know why it came to mind just now, but I was just thinking like if somebody donated a decent chunk of money, YouTube takes 30% of everything. So let's say you donated $100, they're taking $30. That's a big cut. You donate 500, I get 350 out of it. They take 150. That's that's a big chunk. And that too, I still pay taxes on top of that. So they take their 30%, then the government takes their 30%. So I'm left with 40% of every donation. Woohoo. Well, as what's his name, Carl Higbie or whatever put it, they started a revolution over a 2% tax. They'd be rolling over in their graves knowing that we have a 30 to 35% tax rate. Yes. So here's if I read the tax thing correctly, if somebody donates something to me directly and they don't expect anything in return, including not expecting a thank you, then I don't have to pay taxes on it because it's a gift. But If they expect a thank you or they say something like, what, not even a thank you or something like that, then bam, instantly have to pay taxes on it. So that's fun. Meet me around back. um, um, as cheap as this thing is, my grandma got this thing for me. A little scarab shaped multi tool. It is actually kind of cool. Yeah, I think tariffs on China are back down to like ridiculously low again, which is cool, I guess, but I'm still making my shit in Idaho. I'm not moving over to China just because the tariffs are gone. I don't know if there's a way to tell my Meemaw that $5 is more than good enough. $1 is more than good enough. The box it's in is actually kind of cool too. I should come out with stickers. I should. What do you guys think of me coming out with stickers? I mean, there's only like 3 or 4 of you guys in here, but yeah, sure, there's 12 people, but only like 4 of you guys are going to answer. So I'm being honest with myself. We had a good 25 people in here earlier. That was cool. Everyone loves stickers. Fair enough. I'm not looking for stickers for myself, personally. Andy, what's up? How's it going? Oh, yeah, I said I was going to sharpen something. Now that I've cleaned up the table a decent chunk. Oh, I thought the stickers on the Sebenzo were cool. Okay, I might trade with you. I just don't know where I'd put them, you know? On the bright side, I can ship them out in an envelope. 704 gear. What? Palmer, put one of my stickers on your race car. Ooh, I like that idea. A serif sticker with KO in front of it. And I don't think I'm going to change the YouTube channel name. I was debating on it. I don't think I'm going to do that. I'll just keep it how it is. What's PPF? A couple $1,000s? Who cares? You know what you should do? You should go around to every knife YouTuber and get a sticker from all of them and just have your whole car covered in those things. Oh, that would be good. Paint protection film. Zenith knives. I don't have anything to do with stars, though. I do like space. It's not a dumb question if you don't know. I thought about doing PPF on my truck, but I don't think I'm going to be doing that. I'd need to do a full paint job on my truck before I did that to make it worth it. Warsmith, what's up? I'm just tired of, like, my hood has so many rock chips on it. It pisses me off because the roads around here aren't great. They're not terrible, but they're not great. I've seen so much worse. I don't dislike that, Aiden. Well, that's kind of what I was thinking, was kind of just on the hood. Because everything else is fine. The only thing that gets hit is the hood. It's like a wrap, but clear. And more scratch resistant. Thicker. Just better shit all around. Yeah, we don't get terrible potholes around here, but the manhole covers. Oh my god. Before they reset where they were sitting in the road, they were a good that deep in the road. So you'd hit this thing and it would throw your car sideways. This is garbage leather. It may say Chris Reeve on it, but it's fake. Trash. I wouldn't even use this shit for a strop. Garbage. I'm not a heavy-footed person. I'm a heavy person, but not heavy footed. I just want my hood to not look like shit because the paint chips are starting to rust. And there isn't a whole lot to do about that. I'm kind of wondering how my grandpa went so damn long without any paint chips, but my guess is that he was a ways away from everybody in front of him. I do need a diet. Lose some damn weight. Yeah, it's about that good. You're not wrong. This is garbage. You know what? I'll show you guys this fake stuff from a fake Chris Reeve right here versus the real stuff from a real Chris Reeve. All right, which box are you? Wrong box. Okay. We'll see you later, Inverted. You have a good one. A lot firm, or a lot more firm than the this shit. Oh, this is a bad fake too. I'm sure there's better fakes out there, but they're cost prohibitive when you could just spend more money and get a real one. Because the real ones actually have good steel, and the fake ones are just not good steel. I tried it out for the first time, and it's different. What blade shape did you get? So I put it in this stuff, or in this one, and it's definitely different. I also tried the synthetic stuff that I use for all the other ones, and I kind of want to retry that. Because when I put the Chris Reeve stuff in, it still wasn't as smooth as it is now. And what caused it to be smooth, which sounds dumb as shit, is I put grease in the pivot area on the washers, and then I put oil on the ball bearing. And now it's slick as shit. It's always sometimes failed to deploy, but yeah. I just don't want to pay a shit ton of money for lubricant that isn't better than the cheap stuff. Well, I guess Robert is probably busy. So you need to buy what? Oh, so you got what I got right here. How much did you pay for it? Oh, did you get that one off of Blade HQ? That's what I paid for my original one. DLT? Okay. They had one on Blade HQ. I was just curious. I wouldn't mind having one of the double stud versions, but I really don't want to pay extra for it. See, the thing that sucks about having a single stud is the way that I like to deploy these things is I push with both my index and my thumb. So for something like this where I would be going like this, you can't. That's just how I deploy thumb studs is I give a little push off with this. Now this one I don't because it's assisted, but most knives that have thumb studs, that's how I deploy them. And this one I don't do that either because the thumb studs on one side are just too close. Sucks. Somebody said that they wanted this thing and then they disappeared and I don't remember who it was. I really don't enjoy holding things for people. Xmas 18. I love I love autocorrect sometimes. That shit's hilarious. That was good. Oh, I needed that. Tactile rock wall. I wasn't super happy with how that one looked personally, so I hope you enjoy it though. Did you get one of the skeletonized ones, or I think I'm thinking of the same knife. Or was it just purple? Okay. Holy shit, those things are expensive. Damn. Please tell me they're made in America. Oh, thank God. Lucy, what's up? The Tonto PM2. Dude, you're buying everything. You should come to me and buy some stuff. I always have a bunch of stuff up for sale. Speaking of stuff that's up for sale, I need to cross something off because I sold it at the pawn shop. The Kershaw Echelon has been sold at the pawn shop for almost half of what I wanted for it. But I needed it. I needed the money. Oh, the PM2 Tonto looks weird. Definitely. Damn, I should have sold the Vapor while I was there. I might drop by tomorrow if they're open tomorrow and sell the Vapor 3, the Clash, and the Shuffle. And the Drifter. Yeah. But let's be honest, are you going to notice a difference? When you're using it, is there going to be a difference? Yeah. I don't notice a difference between most of the steels that I use. The biggest difference I've noticed is between this Magna Cut and just about everything else. Maximate as well. The edge retention and the way that they cut is just different. Now, the Maximate one sucks at cutting cardboard, but the Chris Reeve is amazing. If I'm not mistaken, according to Laren Thomas, S45 has less edge retention. Let me double check that before I start talking a lot. So if S30V has better edge retention, you'd probably be happier with the fact that it's S30V. Yep. Yeah, but it doesn't need the toughness with it being a Tonto. Tontos are designed to do stupid shit. It's got like 15 more V's. Yeah, you're not too far off. What does the V mean on there? S30V. What is it? 3% vanadium? That's 4% vanadium. S45 VN is 3% vanadium. So it's actually less V's. S45VN has less V's than S30V because it has more VNs, not V's. 3% versus 4%. S30V was developed 24 years ago. And back then it was a super steel. Not that it isn't today, but it was like the premium shit when that shit came out. And dude, all of the people that were involved in this thing, in this steel coming out, is insane. You've got basically all the big names back then: Phil Wilson, Sal Glesser, Emerson, Marfione, Harsey, Tom Mayo, Jerry Hosum, Paul Boss, and Chris Reeve were all involved in the making of this shit. Some wild shit. It's amazing how many people were involved. You wouldn't expect that, or I wouldn't have expected that. I'm sure back when that shit came out, S45VN is kind of expensive for what you're getting, if I'm honest. But so is MagnaCut, to be honest. When it's heat treated to those high numbers, it is quite expensive. Oh, that is kind of stressful. I'm sitting here thinking about the knife project and how much it's going to cost. It's the most money I will have ever spent on anything at any given point in time. Short of my truck. Yeah, you can get 15V for actually pretty cheap. Relatively speaking, for the material that it is, I'm surprised that everybody has it on sale for the most part. Like, I think the Manix 2 lightweight, when I got it traded for, was 156. For 15V. That's kind of hard to beat. Yeah, it kind of just blows my mind how everything in 15V is on sale. Not everything, but like the things that are in 15V are priced so close to the stuff that's in S45VN that there's almost no point in even buying S45VN until this shit's gone. Like a Native 5 lightweight, 158. The ones in S30V, I think, are 140 or something. Just real quick. Damn, I'm good. I just took a guess. If you're a Native 5 fan, my local pawn shop has a Native 5 lightweight in S30V, but it's a factory seconds, and I can't tell what's wrong with it. But that blade does not have a warranty on it. Yeah, the guy that was selling this one was a Native 5 fan. He said he'd trade for a Native 5 of some sort with money on top, and I was like, I can get one in S30V, and he said, I'm not interested. So I just went and bought it anyway after selling a lot. It looks like a $20 knife, but I know what it feels like without even holding one, so it just kind of sucks that it's a factory seconds and it doesn't have a warranty, but you can't tell what's wrong with it. It'd be nice to know what the hell was wrong with it. You know what? I've got the perfect idea for you, because you probably don't have one of these. It's actually priced relatively well for the size of the blade. Oh, damn it. It's unavailable. Never mind. It's Can you filter things by things that are available in stock? Okay, yeah, so the only ones that are available are the small shit. The Lil Native. That one's priced kind of high. The Lil Native Lockback. That's more reasonable. Hey, there's a Spyderco Shaman in 15V on eBay for $555. I'd be hard pressed to believe either of those, because I think my Maximate beat my 15V in testing, but I also tested a Para 3 versus Manix 2, so that's not exactly a fair test. Yeah, only $555. I mean, this one was only 450, but it's got titanium scales. The other one comes with G10 scales. Coming soon, Spyderco Native Chief Lockback in 15V. I'd watch out for that one. They've got a Yo Jumbo coming out in 15V too, but I wouldn't want that. The Native Chief, though, I'd beat the shit out of that thing. Well, now there's the question, is it actually coming out? I don't know. Squeak? Canis variants? What does that mean? Let's look it up. Oh, fuck no. Nope. I'm not going to say Spyderco has the best feeling G10 because they don't. I think some of the best G10 I've handled was. I'm stuck between a couple options, but I don't like the grippy texture. No, I don't like that blade shape. Now, it's not terrible, but it's not the best, right? I like this patterned, layered stuff that's smooth. And they do that on Benchmades too. Like this. I like this stuff more than I like the textured G10. Squeak. Shredded G10. I haven't seen a whole lot of that. I think here in about 14 minutes I'm going to end the stream. Let me look up shredded G10 because I haven't seen a whole lot of that on the market. Okay, that is kind of cool looking. Looks like shredded carbon, but it's just black fiberglass. I doubt it's anywhere near as strong as regular G10. I need to get a Boker pack light one of these days in MagnaCut. I'll give that thing a shot. I don't like fixed blades, but I'll give that a shot. At least this stuff doesn't smell terrible. I don't know. I sold my only other knife with shredded carbon today. Sold my Penguin. I don't really regret it, but I hate that I had to. Tonight was a good stream. I wish most nights were like this, where I actually had people talking for a while. I'll give it a shot. Because, I want to like fixed blades. I do. But every time I've handled one, I haven't liked it. So if I'm doing a fixed blade, it has to be small. I think the pack light might be perfect. Give that thing a shot. Hopefully I like it. Is that on sale? Or is it just... Oh, yep, it's on sale. Okay. They are $89.22. I only have a few fixed blades in general. I've got like 2 or 3, and that's it. The Lookout. Nope. I wouldn't buy it because I'm not spending extra money for titanium scales on a fixed blade. And I know that sounds kind of dumb, but I just don't want to. 2.2-inch blade, 61 HRC, 44 degrees, so 22 degrees per side. They give you a lot of info on it on the website, though. I can appreciate that. At least it has a pocket clip, too. I can appreciate that. I just want more. You know? I it almost sounds that sounds gluttonous right there. I just want more. You know what? Fuck it. All right, we'll see you later, Robert Jones. You have a good one. I'm gonna go to bed sometime here pretty soon too. We're ending the stream in about 5 minutes. So I need $80 or $90 tomorrow. I hate selling shit like this. We'll get rid of the shuffle, the clash, so we'll pull those out real quick. The shuffle and the clash. What else has nobody wanted? The Rough Rider. Get rid of that. You know, you'd think for $15 people would say fuck it and just buy it, but oh well. The Vapor. Oh, I'm not going to watch any videos before I buy it. I'm just going to buy it because that's the way that I am. We'll sell the flat out. Nobody wants this thing either. And we'll just hope that I can come up with 90 bucks with some of this stuff. Kershaw outcome. Appreciate the suggestion though. Kershaw outcome. And I think that that's about it. I could get rid of the drifter too. Nobody wants this thing. Yeah. It's unfortunate. I really do hate getting rid of stuff like this. But what do you do? All of these knives will get turned into one better knife. So, if this is going to be the case, could probably get rid of the lake too. Because nobody wants one of these things when it's half serrated. Depends on what they give me for it. The Vapor 3, because I've been trying to sell that thing for almost a year. Yep, and that's where I got a decent chunk of these knives. So you may not be wrong with that one. There we go. think we're going to go ahead and end it here. Appreciate you guys watching and sticking around for so long. Had a pretty good stream there, and hopefully the results show that. Damn, I knew your name before. The GMF1? From who? Oh, from Giant Mouse? Well, let's see how much that thing is. Yes, it's better. The Pack Light has a better heat treat with a better steel for almost half the price. I'm willing to bet that the Pack Light's made in China, though, which kind of sucks. No, this thing's 90 in MagnaCut at 62 to 63, which is freaking high. Made in Germany. They're not even made in China. Damn. I know what my next knife purchase is. I'm willing to give that a shot. I just hope the quality's there. Check if my local pawn shop is open tomorrow. And if it is, I will go sell off a bunch of that shit. And then I will go buy the Pack Light. Yes, they're open today. 62 to 63. This thing is 63 to 64, so it's not far off. It gives me a chance with a good steel to give a fixed blade a shot. With a decent size at 2.5-inch blade, and I think a 3 to 3.5 inch handle. 3.5-inch handle. That'll be good. It's not going to be anything like folders. I promise you that. It says it's a Kydex sheath with a clip. Okay. This is where the fixed blade journey begins, I guess. By trading in all of these for one knife. Yeah, like scales and stuff. Oh shit, but if I get this one, I can't get the aftermarket scales. Or else I'd need the aftermarket, or another, damn. Yeah, I don't want leather though. Yeah, they use a different sheath. That sucks, man. Oh, but the other one has a better heat treat. Mmm. Decisions, decisions. Well, I'm gonna go look into that. Um, this one's shorter than the other one too. That's weird. Yeah. Hmm. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and end it here. Hopefully, you guys have a great rest of your night, day, morning, whatever it is. And we'll see you in the next one. No, the Kydex is different. See how there's no bump right there? When you look at it for this, son of a bitch. When you look at it for this one, there's a bump right there for the scales. I'd have to pay an extra $30 for scales. That sucks. Anyway, yep, we'll see you later. You have a good one.